afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this. Kalla here. Welcome to our live stream. Glad you could make it today. So today we are back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, back to the fifth case and back to the trial, where we are trying to defend our good friend Gina, who definitely didn't kill a man. And hello, Nick. It's going fine. How are you? Right. I really wonder how I'm going to manage to sort this out, because we need Mr. Benedict, so that we can point out that it was definitely him. Witnesses! Governor! Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was! Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? I did get to relax a little bit. So I went to cinema to go see Belle, but other than that, it's busy and it's still going to be busy for the next week. So, bit of advance warning that next week's schedule is also going to be a bit shorter than usual. Make of it, Gov. I don't make nothing of nothing if I... What? I don't make nothing of nothing if I can help it. Is it one of yours? God blimey, Gav. God blimey, not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? Eh? What? Never! The Skulking brothers work alone. It's just the two of us. That's our trademark. Oh, soon we forget. Poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lummy, that's a head scratcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes? I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think it's starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. I'm hoping Naruhodo-san, that you are also forming the same picture that I formed last time. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. They had a secret accomplice. Or it's nothing to do with them, but no. Considering that they saw the guy alive, they had a secret accomplice. On that night at Winterbank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
Oh, it's wine time again. An accomplice, you say? Pigswill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man, if this apparently wraith-like being exists. You didn't even drink any of that! Goodness sake. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. Yeah, right? What a waste of wine and goblets. Like, seriously, dude. Skulkins are lying. I know that. How can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Look, we know who it is! Naruhodo said it's fine. Well, counsel? I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice, and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is ready to present answers. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna do it. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now, there's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. Oh yeah, we can prove there was a third person there by presenting the green blood, right? And yeah. So you can present this as the only viable option, right? I'm not just gonna say no, am I? In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? It's gonna be the blood samples portfolio. The evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of these blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder? Well, which one is it? This one! What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a bloodstain, my lord. A bloodstain? The judge is like, what kind of alien did that blood come from? Green blood. Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? Okay, so it's Van Zeeks that's going to say what kind of alien was that, huh? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. About the Great Detective? New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its colour. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what colour it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. I don't think stabbing Van Zeeks is a good idea. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Winterbank. Ah, a striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green colour of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now, hold fire there, young man! Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? Nope, because it's on the calendar. No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. By golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the skulking brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? It is, Mr. Eggert Benedict.
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict. I mean, it's not actually, because I'm pretty sure that's a fake name he gave me. Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Counsel? He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. What was my Mr. Benedict voice? Broker? That'll do. Yes, sir? I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. That's a lie! What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box discs too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fella. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder gubbins. No, Gubbinses. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Never seen the geezer before in my life. On my life, Gov, on my life, never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can, if you bring him here and let me stab him. Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Oh yeah, the blood off the music disc. I forgot we had the music disc. Oh, whoops. I missed it. I missed the judge's line there. Are you ready to present your answer to the court, then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defence will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet is the music box disc. Oh, wait. Yeah. Yeah, the information on here says about the smear of blood turning green when analysed, so that's fine. The music box disc. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, you know, that's a point. If the photographic print we have that shows him is from 11 AM, that's not when he was in the shop later. Unless he was like hanging around for several hours waiting for Gina to arrive. Right. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks. Which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir, here is the disc for you. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. I'm still not sure how we drew blood through his gloves, but hey. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed. And the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness! A bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analysed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom. Using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say! It's green! Juror number 5 is... Was that the telegram lady? Or was that the doctor? I don't remember. Telegram lady, maybe. No, she would be going to stop, I guess. So it's the doctor. It's exactly the same colour as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. Ah, it wasn't the doc. It was the telegram operator. Look at those two brothers now. They're smashing buckets. Oi, what are you talking about? It's boiling in here. Yeah, it was the telegraph lady. Never mind. I knew it was 1 out of 2. My lord, it is the opinion of the defence that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. We got him! It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Oh yeah, is the defense allowed to summon people? Yeah, I guess she was too excited about it to transmit it. Oh, wine time again. Oh, wait. I missed a line. No? Why are we talking about Herlock? I didn't say anything about Herlock. Oh. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist of a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some sort. Or some such. Why are we on to a conversation about Sholmes? Like, what happened? What? And now you employ... Oh, right, we're talking about the invention. Okay, that's fine. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court of the land. Wait, Van Zieks! Van Zieks, you're not aware that Sholmes is an actual person. You're not aware that he's an actual person. Did you think he's fictional? Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same colour. Well, I can't prove that no other blood in the world would. Well... Oh! Hey, get your foot off the desk, Van Zieks. Decorum, please, sir. We are in a court of law. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish? I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognised by any official body. What other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. Are you calling... Oh, you're calling the surgeon Father Christmas, right? Because he's the one who looks like Father Christmas. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. Oh, no. She meant the judge. She meant the judge. Iris, you can't go calling the judge Father Christmas. Yes, it is still a summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief! What did you just say, young girl? And in the summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? You see, I initially thought she meant the judge, but then I was like, wait, no, surely not. So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runa. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. After that shrewd précis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. The greatest mind in the courtroom. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, well, 5 of them are, one of them's Russian, I'm sure you all come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
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 Not guilty.
Why is he still hitting it with his hand? Two call guilty and 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Yeah. Yeah. We got him! We got him on the ropes! Let's go! Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested for the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? Yeah, because it's a fake name. The name the gentleman gave for himself, Eggert Benedict, is quite clearly false. Yep. I don't believe it. Just when I'd managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? I don't know who's saying that, so... Who was that, please? Who spoke? Oh, okay. Right, now I know who it is. Let's go back. Could I say something? There we go. It was me, my lord. You're number 5? What have you to say, madame? If possible, Inspector. Eh? Me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown. Ah, right, yes. This one, you mean, of Mr. Benedict. Yes. There is no doubt in my mind. Drawer number 5, you don't mean to say... You know this man? Yes, I know him. Are you related? Good gracious! Order! 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 Drawer number 5, how on earth? I am a communications officer, stop. As we can clearly see. The gentleman in the photograph is, stop. Also a communications officer, stop. He works in my office, stop. Okay, so they're not related. I was wondering the fact that they had similar hair and eye colours. A very talented operator, in fact, stop. He should be in the communication station now, stop. Tapping away on the telegraph, stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. You mean aside from the fact that a member of the jury conveniently knows the guy that we think is guilty? If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Yeah, why does a supposedly rich man work as a communications officer? Probably because he isn't. But I feel like he looked like he was the kind of posh bloke that doesn't work for a living. Or works a very cushy... I suppose a communications officer could be a kind of cushy job. But no, I feel... He felt more like the boss kind than the actual doing the work kind, you know? Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord? I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Whew. We got some breathing space. Just a little bit of breathing space. Well, like the Draco Malfoy type, my dad will hear this. I mean, isn't he more like Draco's dad? 17th of April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why get all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it, that picture. What picture? I mean, I assume she means a picture of her levelling a gun at Mr. Winterbeck. Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you gotta have your doubts. Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Well, it's my job to think you're innocent, Gina, and also you're my friend. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Iris' conversation with Gina and me, like, overwhelmed with friendship and kind gestures. Yeah. Iris is just like, eventually I will find a chink in this armor. Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? And then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1 to Winterbank's place. I had to know if Iris's story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it. There's something in it that no. If you ask me, there's something in it that James don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in the lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winterbank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? Struck the lock and stuck inside. As dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Yeah. I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The Mantle script. Have you got it here? Did Shams leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? Hound of a something or other. If he's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all. No, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Shroom's really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. It was there alright in the Mantle script. Shams weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Yeah, all out of friendship. Aww. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. And dear me, is it some burglars' convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom, like you said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got in a bit of a scrap. I started thinking I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And And there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you? Yeah. So I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. Oh no! Gina saw a dead body and fainted. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the policeman everything that you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove, what was there in the afternoon? That Egbert Benedict. I still remember how you looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet. But I'm convinced he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. So actually, Gina didn't shoot anyone. Mr. Winterbank shot Benedict, and Benedict shot Mr. Winterbank, and then the Skulkin brothers shot Mr. Sholmes. You what? You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands now, Jenny. Mr. Neroda? Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Mr. McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got that, and you got the bug trot off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. You trust friends, Gina, and that's how it is, and you were what? Yeah, right? Right? You were blackmailed into lying before, and you're my friend. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. Twice, actually. Well, not actually twice, because there wasn't a trial in case 2, but still. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Bruno! But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? Do they have a fan near his face at every occasion as that headband flies all the time? Yeah, I believe when we were doing that we were making jokes about wind magic or a personal fan. I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar? You're not like McGilded. I know that. Yeah? That's right, you're our friend, Ginny! Iris! We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Nerado, I... Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Suzato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. "17th of April, 1:41 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom." There's a bit more space between the Inspector and the Skulkin brothers now. Or less space between the two Skulkin brothers, I'm not sure which. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. Oh yeah, that heavy rain. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's précis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. You want to see Skulky eventually? Sorry, Sulky, not Skulky. Sulky. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. Oh no, the judge isn't going to get any good lines in the book this time, is he? Now that's why there was a space. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. If he's only just arrived, haha, this means Van Zieks can't prepare him. Mr. Eggert's Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. You didn't? There he is. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ha! Your real name, perhaps, maybe. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station. Now perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. I'm accusing you of murder. That's what this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Shouldn't juror number 5 be removed from the jury as she knows the guy? Well, you know, equally, juror number 1 knows me. Juror number 6 isn't even English. So... Juror number 4 is the surgeon that patched up Mr. Sholmes and is therefore kind of related to the case as well. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. I'm surprised he had room for that wiggle without taking out the inspector's fish and chips. Gladly, my lord, gladly. The accusation. Naturally, I have the occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? Of course he does. I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. I mean, I agree, but, no. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? Until we're done with you. If, following the defence's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. You'll be having your afternoon tea behind bars, sir. But I do agree that we'll be done by afternoon tea. A bit off topic, you saw a quiz on television called Impossible? I don't think I know that one. I don't really watch TV these days. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Ryanosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. I doubt that you are truly enchanted to meet me, sir. I think perhaps you are entirely the opposite. So. What do I look like? A hat stand? Ah. I trust we can conclude this quickly. Can I check for blades in the brim of this hat, please? You know, in case he's like Oddjob. Although I suppose I would be bleeding if he was. But please, I wish to check for razors in his hat brim. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. I want to investigate the hat. Let me investigate the hat. Let me investigate the hat. There might be evidence in here.
Hold it!
Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you...
Objection!
The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. Yes, but what happened in the afternoon is relevant, Van Zeeks. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. So if I can prove that they're related then, Van Zeeks. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. Just look. Ringo's eye in the corner there. Just watching him. Watching him. Half turned towards it as well.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Sir, you are a criminal! Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? That would be me. The young lawyer there in the black. It's a farce. What idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Oh, so you're going to be racist? Wait. 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 Sir. Sir. If you're going to take offence at the fact that I'm not British and I'm working as a lawyer, I wish to point at Van Zieks, who is also clearly not British. And also I'd like to point at juror number 6, who is clearly Russian. Well, needless to say...
Hold it!
Where were you around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that.
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. I mean, I assume Van Zieks isn't British anyway. Let's just check. I didn't think he was. Okay, it just says he's London-based, and we don't know anything more. But I mean, Baroque Van Zieks doesn't really sound like an English name to me. Maybe it's because I keep referring to him as a vampire and keep thinking he's from Transylvania. Maybe that's why I think he's not British. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Look at him preen. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Wiggle. I guess that's appropriate for what he did.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Well, how about they bleed for me and I'll find out? They bleed for me and I'll find out. 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 They bleed for me and Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? You met him! You met him in the pawnbrokers! Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. No, he is a great detective. That is his, character archetype. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Hey.
Someone's got something to say about that. I want to finish this, and then we'll go back through and get that point. The counsel for the defense thinks a British courtroom is an appropriate place for fairy tales, does he? Well, it's a British courtroom. This is so unfair. That chemical test is based on solid science. Harry and I know what we're doing. The trouble is, unless the technique can be independently verified, we'll never get beyond this man's flashy stick waving. Granted, it is a very colourful alchemy. Perhaps it would make a good souvenir for your uneducated friends back home in the East. Wow, you're being racist too, huh? Something riled him there. Just for a moment, Mr. Graydon let his feathers get ruffled. But a souvenir is all it's good for. Right. Anyway, we're gonna do that again.
Hold it!
Iris knows what she's doing. Sholmes, you have your doubts. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I can get behind Sholmes knowing how the science works. Okay.
Oh, man.
Now let's go pursue.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I gotta tell you? Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. I meant the other one. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Eh? God blimey, Governor, you what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Eh? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. The fact that Gregson, when we said no, the Mr. Sulkin next to you, when Gregson isn't even standing next to him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, Gav, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. He ain't gonna be healed up yet. Yes! Yes! Mr. Skulkin, thank you very much. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and Mr. Skulkin, how do you know that Mr. Graydon got shot? Graydon? What was his real name again? Graydon. Okay. Oh, elves bells! Mr. Graydon! Did you hear that? What? And also he's holding his arm like it hurts. Please, do let him continue flailing, because when that wound opens up, it's going to be real obvious on his nice white suit. Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. Would you care to add that to your statement, Mr. Graydon? I take offence at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery. Yes, Mr. Judge, make him add that. Make him add that to his testimony. My lord, the defence would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Vent you now! I'm gonna press it just for the sake of pressing it, and then we're gonna do the no, actually. Wait. I'm going to press this one, because we haven't pressed this one yet.
Hold it!
And don't forget, sir, that Mr. Sherlock Holmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, oh no, I can't think how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Quite. Now, as you are no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is at the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. Right, I want the text. Show me the text. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on that very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
No, you were in there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Is that right?
Oh, we've got another thing. We've got another thing to mess with. We'll do that in a sec. Sorry? You must be confusing me with somebody else. I wasn't there for any such pets. But the redemption ticket! That won't get you anywhere, Bruno. Iris, what do you mean? Mr. Winterbank never wrote the names of his customers on his redemption tickets. So you can't prove the ticket was his. And it wasn't, so... Ah, of course, she's right. I'm afraid you're going to need to produce some irrefutable evidence here. Otherwise, he'll never admit to being there. Irrefutable evidence. That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes! They were the key to it after all. So he says he has nothing to do with Winterbanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Right. We need to go to... It was this one. I'm going to press it and go to Grayson's thing.
Hold it!
You're calling it that Graydon's part of the more fancy theft stuff that Gregson's dealing with? I think you're right. Right, okay.
Objection! Is that right? Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Inspector? Yeah, come again, sunshine! You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon? Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. Mr. Gregson! It is literally your job to recognize people. You are an inspector of Her Majesty's Police. But you must. I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something that I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Craigsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Winterbanks. Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Wait, I didn't need to present it! Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. Actually, it doesn't, because this was taken at 11 AM. At no point have I denied that fact. Actually, you denied that you had anything to do with the shop. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? And then we're at this end point of the thing again. Let's just run my way through that again. And I'm just going to take a quick break to go and grab more water. I will be right back. And then back. So what on earth is Gregson hiding? And how do we catch this man out? Alright, let's look through the evidence again. My armband is going to be no use. The pawnbroker's ticket for the box. Doubt that's going to help us. Gina's representation papers are definitely not going to help us. The pawnbroker's ticket for the coat isn't going to help us. The blood samples portfolio. Hey look, we got a name. We got his name on this now, haha. That's also not going to help us. Iris's manuscript is not going to help us. The case notes from the McGilded case? I don't think they're going to help us. Today's paper? Nope. Probably not going to help us. The autopsy report. Well, that's not going to help us. The Crime scene photograph? Also no. The crime scene floor plan? No. Winterberg's gun? No. The Skulkin Brothers gun? It's hardly going to help us with this either. The photograph of Gina isn't going to help us. The photograph from after the shooting is not going to help us. The stereoscope? Doubt. The music box disc? I don't think that's... Actually, the music box disc might help. We could present it to him. And go, recognize this? Mr. Sholmes' pouch. I doubt has anything more of use for us. And the bullets from the Skulkin Brothers gun isn't going to be of help for us. So I think the music box disc. I've never had anything to do with pawnbroking establishment. I mean, I still want to present that image on this one because never. So actually, you know what? Let's. Oh wait, we don't have the picture. We don't have the picture of Mr. Benedict. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Graydon. So it is just going to be the music box disc then.
Objection!
I forgot that the picture of him being there wasn't actually in the court record. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Winterbank's shop. Actually, technically it was the day before his murder, since he was murdered after midnight, but, you know. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? He's not going to say yes to that. As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. Would you mind taking those gloves off so that I can compare the damage on your hand to the to this disc? It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. Would you care to show us your thumb? He's got his hand behind his back, I can see. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. More than one scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must! Mr. Graydon. You refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. I mean, also surely your glove, you have a shredded glove that you're probably not wearing anymore. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Look at him, hiding his hand behind his back. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon. It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Lies. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? It wasn't yours! What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. Ah, yeah, let's learn about the disc. Hey, Graydon, if this is your disc, what kind of music player does it play on? Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying, "For McGilded," but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night, aside from the fact that you believed there was something else. Which was the box. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, please do tell me. Yes, that's correct. Philanthropist and loan shark and murderer. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. I mean, I came into this one expecting it to come up, so... According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Winterbanks. It's funny that Mr. Grayson here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Winterbanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. The disc.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that it was your overcoat? We proved it wasn't. Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads, "For McGilded." I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat that you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened to keep her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Objection!
Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that chance, but the girl is a regular offender. I mean, I'm not denying that. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Winterbanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? Excuse me, Van Zieks, but this is very clearly related to the case in question. I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Winterbanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. You were there literally that morning, sir! But that evidence isn't in the court record for me to thrust in your face, for goodness sake. Why? So when you noticed the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such as the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. I'm going to finish doing this and then come back. That's what the inspector said, at least, as he seized my disc. And thanks to the skirmish with that wastrel, I snagged the end of my thumb at the same time. And the disc in question is this disc here. Yes, it is. Scotland Yard has indeed been gathering items believed to have been the property of McGilded, presumably to aid their investigations in some way. Not something I would be aware of. I really didn't know the man well, anyway. After all, I'm merely a communications officer with a penchant for music boxes. Merely a communications officer, my ass. And flamboyant poses. Alright, so anyway. Let's go back to that and go pursue Gregson.
Hold it!
Is that right?
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. Ed? No, it didn't. It's nothing. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets. Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned through the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out when we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. I wasn't aware that Lord Strongheart was a dog. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. Because, I mean, if you're claiming that it was your coat, then, there was another ticket in that coat. You know, for an item that you might have wanted back. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. No, to recover Mr. McGilded's box. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. Yeah, I think we're going to need to present the ticket about the box. So there was nothing of McGilda's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. McGilda slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Winterbank's. Then, when he realised he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. No doubt about it, that witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. Police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilda as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Craigsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Right. You've had absolutely no reason to break into the shop, did you? Well, I can give you a reason.
Objection!
This disc was deposited at Winterbank's on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilda had another article in pawn at Winterbank's, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Got him! There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilda in Winterbank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ah. This is the second ticket, is it? What had that man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? Reynolds gave pulling the Uno reverse with the learned friend comment, yes. I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article has been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. Oh, can you? Can you now, Van Zeeks? Withholding evidence again? Good gracious. Perhaps there were time constraints so he didn't have the budget to buy it. Or perhaps someone bought it beforehand. I mean, he wouldn't have known when the article would have been forfeited. Even though we know it would have been forfeited the day before, he can't have known that. Because he didn't have the ticket to know that. And the ticket was in the coat. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Oh good, we've got some more prints now. Yes, sir. It's the prints from the other camera. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Billy's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set up to capture the counter where Mr. Winterbank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilded's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 PM on the 13th of April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items in the shop front. Now what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 PM on the 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. It's stereoscope time again. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. I'm not seeing any obvious difference this time. Dear me, it's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. Yes, but are they in the same position? Like, has anything been touched, moved around, hidden behind other things? In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Just because he was there to take it doesn't mean he succeeded, Van Zeeks. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawned box. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. What? Iris remembers the stereoscope. So, counsel, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? No. I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? Use a piece of evidence. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Look, we've done it more than once today, Judge. What piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints? The stereoscope.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Oh! Yes, you caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3. What a surprise. Come on, Runa. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now, look through the eyepiece. Ta-da! I wasn't sure at first, but... Okay, so we took whatever was inside the box, I think. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. Yep. Yes. Let's be very precise, fellas. There we go. Directly in the center. Present.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? Oh yeah, that box had moved. Quite a fair bit. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. Let me wait! Unbelievable! By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary! What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilder's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilder is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork! What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. But boxes contain things, Fanzeeks? Which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilder's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact it was moved like that change things? It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Yeah, the cross-eyed models are certainly something. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Maybe they don't have monetary value, but they could quite easily have informational value. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Wine time again? If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established that he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. Van Zeeks, you and I both know that he was guilty. I'm pretty sure. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happens to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. And yet you tried to take them, sir. You know, this does rather make a lot of sense. It's not as though it was gold or jewels, is it? Goodness knows Mr. McGilded was rich enough, but he can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. For goodness sake! Stop wasting wine! To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Yeah, I really don't want to do that. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? They are, but I don't want to. This may be a, I'm very sorry, Gina, but I have to bring this up. Well, except actually that doesn't prove that they're related to this case, it just proves they're related to the McGilded case. What's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course, you and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny, could it be that could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it you always say, Runa? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. It's just 2 months late. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Winterbank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Have Gina testify. Because as it stands, we're losing this. Anyway. I'm sorry, Gina, but I think you're going to go away for perjury. But at least going away for perjury is better than going away for murder. So, I'm very sorry, Gina. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Winterbanks by Mr. McGilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial to the court for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing? Yes! Perjury is a lesser sentence. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defence's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently on the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. All right then, Gina, it's time. I know it will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. The articles that Mr. McGilda had deposited in Winterbank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right. No problem. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilda. Hello, Kevin? The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. And indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade. Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing this entire courtroom down about its ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbour secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous! What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Mr. McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Excuse me, I was only working with the evidence I had. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Narado, the lawyer here, he don't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Sir! Sir, are you making puns? Are you making puns, sir? Stitched. An operation. Yeah, I mean, also, even if I did know about it, yes, I was just doing my job. Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. You're adding student now? Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. The real truth of the omnibus case.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well. But if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeled over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah. That's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Would this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty. Wow, words, no. I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with the knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses, and McGill got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did Mr. McGilded and the driver say to each other? The Slops, colourful name for the cops. I assume it's Cockney rhyming slang. I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Winterbanks on Baker Street. Just a moment here, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful-like, before handing it over. He's got to have been folding it carefully so that the blood on it wasn't going to get on the driver's hands when the driver deposited it, right? When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must have been worth more than what Mr. Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him about the price that afternoon in the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly? He told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which includes giving false testimony in court 2 months ago? Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I'd never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lag, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I legged it before the coppers showed up. To cover up his crime, Judge. Exactly. Well done, Gina. It must have been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I've done that already, Iris. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Like, if I press her... Can I then go poking around their business? I can! Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Is there something you'd like to share with the court? Sounds a lot like the whole... Is there something you two would like to share with the class? You know, at school. If you're talking to someone. Inspector, Mr. Graydon. What? Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what's the discussion about? Yeah, it seems a lot like a teacher. Discussion with this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own? Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited, why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear that Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. She really was in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued. And while we have this short break, I'm going to go and take a short break again, and I And I'm back. Now let's get on with this trial. That's a fancy box. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside. It's a music box! We found where the disc goes! Wait, no, this is just a music box type music box actually, isn't it? Not a disc one. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. So, Graydon, did you expect it to be anything other than a music box? Yeah, the thing is, that one doesn't look like you could put a disc in it, so... Then, is it too much to expect? Okay, maybe it is then. I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Winterbanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Possibly to pay off his debt. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? It's not music, is it? It's some kind of confession or something? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere at the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. I mean, it motivated the culprit in the previous case to commit murder as well. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. Oh no, Gregsy! Don't tell me you're a bad copper, a crooked cop. No, Gregsy! But no! That piece of evidence is police property, now you can't. Oh, it did just end it, you can. Maybe the song that it drives people to kill. Yeah, but he couldn't have played it in the omnibus. Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Yeah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. Alright, let's listen to this disc. Okay, that box is bigger than I thought it was, or the disc is smaller. It's Morse code! It's Morse code! It's definitely Morse code! It's a good thing we have, it's good thing we have juror number 5, right? What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in a regular sequence. Oh, and Mr. Graydon's also a communications officer, and now he knows exactly the thing he wanted to know. Oh, that's why Gregson didn't want it played. Because now Graydon knows exactly what's on it. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Yeah, it's not broken. He's pretending it's broken because I saw him nodding his head along with it. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Actually, it's very important. Are you ready to move on, Counsel? No! Fun. Yes, all right, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Yes. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord! But how can it be? It's an abomination, Counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponiese friend, answer me this. Oh? Thing is, I can't decipher Morse code. I don't have that skill. Morse code is way outside of my skill base. I know it when I hear it, but I can't decipher it. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that! The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. Yeah, SOS, I think I can do. That SOS is what, 3 short, 3 long, 3 short? Or is it the inverse of that? Yeah, it's... Yeah. My difficulty with Morse code makes, yeah, sudden... Oh yeah, speaking of Morse code, actually, because that made me think something. I was playing Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes with friends over New Year's, and yeah, that has a Morse code puzzle, and that is the one I really can't do. We just about managed to get to it. To get to a point where we could just about managed to solve them. But it's still, I can't do it. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. You'll use your fire signal. Well, I mean, you can use the fire signal to do Morse code anyway. Oh, big fire means there's someone here. Oh yeah, sorry. Fire signal, not smoke signal, huh? I'm on the right lines here, I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runa.
Objection!
Objection! He objects to me acting like Sholmes. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Well, I mean, I know what the answer is. I'm not sure how to prove it without going, hey, excuse me, juror number 5. Bruno. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. I thought I saw a full comb in there, but hey, sure. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, the comb... The teeth on the comb inside that music box were all the same length. So yes, it can only produce a single note. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be... Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yeah, good on juror number 5 for bringing her equipment with her. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. Haha, dots. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of on this music box is... Evidence. Evidence. What kind of evidence do I have? What kind of evidence do I have? if I could present a person, that would be great, because I could just go, juror number 5 knows exactly what this is. What kind of evidence? The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc. Okay, so the pawnbroker's ticket is not going to help us. Gina's representation papers are not going to help us. This pawnbroker's ticket is also not going to help us, but I like looking at the cat, so. The blood samples... I don't think the blood samples... There's nothing in here that's going to help us. Iris's story manuscript? Probably not. But I'm starting to worry about the fact that this is in our evidence. In the first place. McGilded's case notes aren't going to be relevant to what's on that disc, considering that this is what happened afterwards, right? But also the fact that this is in my evidence is also concerning. The paper now it could be this. It could be this. It's just Ministry Mole. Secret communications being intercepted. So it could be this. Good evening, Yuri. How are you today? Kevin, weren't you saying something about covering up crime earlier? Maybe they heard you. Well, red, you know. So, it could be that. It's not going to be the autopsy report. It's not going to be the crime scene photograph. Well, all of these things are too late on in this to be relevant. So yes, the paper.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council? And the headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input please. Stop. Oh, Misa? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked in the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madame. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Yeah, you did it again, Nick. Clearly. You figured it out. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be no one more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Well, I get the feeling that the murder part was too much new vocabulary. What is this treason, and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Miss McGilded perished and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You see, I thought we were going to be accusing him of murder, but apparently we're going to be accusing him of high treason. And also murder. You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Yeah, if anyone's a pretentious foreign lawyer, then that's Van Zieks. I mean the pretentious part. I'm not pretentious. Van Zieks is like the epitome of pretentious. Then by all means counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most litigious offence, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. You know, the same punishment as for high treason. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. But instead of us, who have decided that unfortunately Gina's going to have to deal with the charges of perjury, at least the charge of perjury is a lower sentence than murder. However, high treason is not. So then, let us proceed.
Hold it!
You may... You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Operation is Professional Baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. We ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. These two are like, we may be thieves, but we're not traitors. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulking Brothers. Here. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Well, Mr. Do, Governor, what's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did. Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Yeah. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. How does Ringo not fall off, right? Particularly because I think one of his feet was mostly off the box last time. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Small music box has been entered into the court record. Small music box. This strange box only appears to be able to play a single tone. It was deposited at Winterbanks 2 days before the Black Overcoat. I would like to go and peer at the music box. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement! It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths, so that each produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. That's probably going to be the same thing. I want to look at the bottom. Ooh, hello. What are you? Hello. What are you? A screw? Oh. What is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. You're right. Well, come on then. What are we waiting for? Let's open it. All right then. Here goes. Oh, it was just a catch. There's another one. A secret one. Secret music box. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yeah, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. That's why Graydon thought there was going to be something else. Because this box requires two discs. They're linked? So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Oh, that's something. Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single note like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. That's how you're going to get the dots and the dashes. So like one side of this is the dots and one side is the dashes. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. Yeah, it's definitely Morse code. Okay, so now that we've done that, to the cross-examination!
Hold it!
So this newspaper headline is accurate. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegrams used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop. Well, he's not going to be your idol for much longer. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon? Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in cipher. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize in the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. Wow! Cipher cracking convention. That's fascinating. Graydon will have to quit his job soon. Stop. Rot in jail or hanged. Stop. Yeah. Well, I don't think he has to quit at that point. I feel like he'll be fired. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent from listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. While by combining these in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. That's because it's half of Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, though many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try! There's still every possibility that this music box is instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Yeah, we need a second disc and we don't have one. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do, do. Okay. There we go. I was at the wrong angle. Let's open the bottom of the music box. The weather's messing with your connection, Nick? Man. That's not good. Alright. Present.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the course has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke! I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. If you keep at it, I'm going to throw the evidence at your face, sir. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well... I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Well, I mean, you could have been using Mr. Mason as a go-between. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defence has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength through now. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, then I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes of all of this. Someone who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Yeah, because the person selling the information would only send one of the discs, surely, with Mr. Mason, just in case it got stolen. Which means he still has the second disc. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Man, that smirk on his face. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. We're going to press these guys as well in a sec, but first, evidence to connect. Mason Milverton, brickmaker, East End of London.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but that rot had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash? Wait, is he the third skulking brother? Nash and Ash. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Grayson's an old China. Look at Ringo! Look at his cheeks. I want to finish what Nash is saying first, and then I'll come back and pursue that. Enough! Why don't you baddies desist with the fiction? Obviously, I don't know these men from Adam. Now, for the last time, stop trying to implicate me in your sordid thievery. Well, that's bloomin' nice, isn't it? You little turncoat. Fine if that's how you want it. Two can play at that game. We ain't never heard of this geezer before either. Don't know him from Adam. Never spoken to him before in my life. Never even seen him. Never, Nash, never. Good grief, such a blatant lie will not stand in my courtroom. Well, all I'll say is this. Alright. So we're going to press this. Again. And then we're going to pursue Ringo.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't add him believe it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas, like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Milverton, huh? That was a corker, eh? Milverton is the surname of Mr. Mason. As it says in the thing I just read from the Gilded's trial. Save it till after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. Actually, it does. He gave very useful information. And neither does your fruit. Says the person who keeps pouring wine and throwing it across the courtroom. If you're allowed wine and the inspector's allowed his fish and chips, those two are allowed fruit. It's at least healthier. And they're at least eating it. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, a skulkin's never skulking. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Cool. Them were the days. But actually, first I want to press this one.
Hold it!
So you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing, and we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Winterbank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar and that it was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Winterbank's all along, weren't you? We were, Gov, we were. You're right there. Because that's what he told us to do. It was his plan. And why was it Mr. Grayson's plan to break into Winterbank's that night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell you. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Alright, so let's press this first.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going on back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Alright, I thought a clever clogs like you would work that one out. That is...
Hold it!
Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel?
Objection!
I don't... No. Let me guess, you don't accept anything these 2 witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these 2 thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. I love getting to the point in the trial where Van Zieks appears to be on our side. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been updated in the court record. A telegraph operator at the Central Communications Station, whose last name was once Milverton years ago, he's a childhood friend of the Skulkin brothers. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard in the omnibus 2 months ago, the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the keys was making headway with the cross-examination here. Could be those two brothers. I mean, we've already done the thing that it's suggesting me to do. We just need to get back into the cross-examination. There we go. We want the one about the... You know, some low-class brickmaker. I've no relation to the man. Present... McGilded case notes.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had reason to hide that name. I got him in the ropes. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Yes! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Winterbanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. but that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Winterbank was killed, the intruders of the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera, indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? Yeah, try and talk your way out of that one, mate. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Ah, yes! He aggravated it enough and now it's obvious. Ha! I knew it would be really obvious. Why would you wear a white jacket for this? What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Winterbank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Literally croak. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun. which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness! Yeah, God is your witness, yeah. That would be invoking the name of God in vain, I believe, which is something you're not supposed to be doing. Not that I know that much about that, but, you know. Pretty sure you're not supposed to bring his name into it to cover up crime. The one in the cane, right? I'm also still certain that the other gun is in the cane. That's right, Mr. Graydon. Yes. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I were there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting... Just give it up, Graydon! I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. Which gun? Which gun? Order, order, order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. And then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Ah, you're fabricating a new gun. Oh, also, that asshole! Speaking about the coat being covered in blood. That asshole. Except actually that we can prove it isn't the same blood. Good gracious, this is quite the extraordinary testimony. Look at that smirk. I'm gonna wipe that smirk off your face, Graydon. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Was she even wearing the coat when she went to Winterbanks? Order, order, order. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. Neither is it our intention for our client to be found guilty of a murder she didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yeah, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. I still don't understand how you can claim that she shot him in the back with the direction he fell in. But... And as I said, she was showered in his blood. Doubt. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. How did he know there was blood on that coat? All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Oh no, he's implying that there was another gun that she chucked out of the room and he picked up and took with him. I'm not sure where we're fabricating this third gun in her hands from, but... Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbour vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here, except that it's the wrong colour of blood. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work, his ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. Yeah, but we're not looking for truth. Darn it. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission... More wasted wine? We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. The problem is that there is blood on that coat, but it's not Mr. Winterbanks. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Is Van Ziek's German then? Maybe. Maybe he is German. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Ah, but you see, there's the thing with it. If they can if their chemical reagent will also establish where the blood is, then they'll realise that it should have gotten on the rest of her clothes too. So fingers crossed for the German method, highlighting the extent of the stain. But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
Hold it!
Mr. Winterbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? Well, he was staying out of the way of the cameras, wasn't he? Having scoped them out beforehand. I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help my little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenceless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gav.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realise what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. That's what you get for not going to the doctor. Did Mr. Winterbanks intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? Why would you pursue him anyway?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door's a solid job, made of stout wood. Well, there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, bungling is an apt description, which is why I messed it up. Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next?
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. People don't just carry guns around! But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. It was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. While she was still inside the room? Question mark? Question mark? He wasn't still running at the point he was in the room. Chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
All over her? But there was no blood on her when we found her. Nah. Yes, through the peephole. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark colour. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Yeah, the victim of the case 2 months ago. And your father. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilvard stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If only they'd accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where, exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? I mean, that part is true. He did take the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our blooming mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. So, tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
Little toe rag.
This was a particularly long one, so I'm just going to do that now. I'm going to pursue this now.
Excuse me.
Gentlemen. Something wrong, sunshine. That should be my line. You do realise you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this dude's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station? When we got you down the station? And why didn't you? Of course, we didn't know nothing about it. Or the flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag. No, that's too posh for Gregson. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not that, are you? God, blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. It looks like the evidence is here. I'm sorry, I need another drink. I will be back. And back again. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. On the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? I mean, I do, but no. No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. Okay, so their thing does identify the extent. So surely now they need to use the same analysis on her waistcoat and shirt. Because there's no way that all of the blood ended up on the overcoat. End of report. Goodness me. See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Winterbank's. What on earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Winterbank's, Mr. McGilded has fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence? And yet now the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. And your conduct shatters any glass you're given, so, you know. But that was... I'd call it a bally disgrace! Treachery, that's what it is! How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that question pop out. It can't be done! But... we used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Piroski's starving boy, and he ran away crying. I think I mispronounced the German food. German? The Russian food there. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. He's an actual physical person, fancies. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? A victory is very sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? Yeah. Pierogi, yeah, that's probably it, isn't it? I have, like, heard it said, like, once. I believe that was a food that turned up in Yuri on Ice. Yeah, I also want Van Zieks to meet Sholmes afterwards. It's like, it's a physical person. As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the spattered, not splattered, spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Yeah, I still don't know how Graydon knows that there was blood on that coat. Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Don't tell me I've got to do another summation examination. For goodness sake, I just want this case to be over. Ready, men! All for one now! Sir.
Guilty.
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 Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. Oh, and Van Zieks is actually going to drink some of his wine now. The defence has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you might make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. I don't believe it after I'd come so far. How is it all unravelling on me so fast? How very distressing. Yeah, I thought so, it's Sherms. How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Sherms? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now, that will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Yeah! With a false mustache and everything. Mr. Jones! What is the meaning of this? Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hi, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humour me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defence a mere 5 minutes. Yeah, I assumed that Van Zieks was aware that Sholmes was actually a person, but was unaware that he actually is smart. And assumed that all of the great detectiving was inserted into the story afterwards. Either that or he just really doesn't like Sholmes. Yeah. Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes. Hey, Sholmes is on my side of the bench now as well. Also, where did he get his actual clothes from? My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now? Ha 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 ha! All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Finally, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine is really just a bit of sport to assist me with my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. I don't think you could have been wearing them under that disguise, because that bailiff's outfit was quite tight-fitting. Right. Modesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. Ah, my lunch! From Susato-san, thank you. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping. A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favour. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you are to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? That's the cat flap machine. How would cat flap making help us? Wait. 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 Cat flap. Making device. Cat flap making device. Summon Wagahai. I mean, Wagahai's somewhere in this courtroom, right? Because he got loose earlier. How would a cat flap making device help me? Was the peephole in the pawnbrokery made with the cat flap making device? I don't know. What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made! Ah. Meow. Look, I used this! It's my latest invention! What is that? I call it the cat flapper mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato murmured the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't you say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. did you mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Zato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. It was made! Ah, yes! Yes, 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 we've got him now! The peephole didn't exist! The peephole didn't exist! Susato-san made it with that device. I was right! I was right! When I was like, what could a cat flap gun be useful for? Yeah, the peephole. That is your answer, dear fellow. No, not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flapper mat that night, but why? The cat flapper mat has been entered into the court record. A compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps in larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely. Oh! There, I thought he was actually Hey, mine is a deduction. A deduction. I have the great detective's gift of deduction. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? That's fine, we have everything we need. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. I'm right in your Mia Fey, huh? Maybe. Wasn't it Maya that had the paranormal gifts, or did both the sisters have them? But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. Actually, I believe my cross-examination was suspended, sir. I wonder. Mr. Narrowhood. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. No, I wish to continue the cross-examination I was already doing, Van Zeeks.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Temporarily? Van Zeeks. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. So nobody can say anything then? If Runo asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. It's absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. That's fine, I only need one. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your arguments against it. A single chance to present evidence? That's fine, because he said something about the peephole and I have the gun, so it's fine. If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall remove to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. It's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes! Good on him for staying standing as long as he did. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yep. Yeah. I'm as prepared as I can be. Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. The moment of the shooting, again. Right. Not that one. I could see him through the peephole in the door. There we go. Present. Wait, why am I going that way? It's over here. The cat flapper mat.
Objection.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Yeah. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, though. By using it. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce! Are you really suggesting the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologise, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. And in fact, it doesn't have the hole it needs. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Yeah. Order! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realise. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is! Do you seriously expect people to believe that that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Well, I do believe, sir, that you have a solid wooden door behind you, with which we could, show you that it can happen. Demonstration time! Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd! I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy! Cooey! Time for dinner! She's already done it! She already used it! Well, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak panelling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. Well, I mean, we can demonstrate the size. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapping that creates are all of the fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Winterbanks are an exact match. Yeah. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I don't think that anywhere in any set of rules that I've read that I can't create a cat flap in the Old Bailey. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. And then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Proof? You demand proof. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel. Wait. Please tell me. Yes! I have it. If you look at this picture, no peephole. If you look at this picture, peephole. Right. Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this. But I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Winterbank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. Yeah, I'm gonna use the picture from before. Picture from before.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikitoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. Oh, she deliberately did it between the photographs as well. The necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows the scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Yeah. Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies. Yeah! Order, order, order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. Yeah, but she's also out of the country now, so you can't do anything about it. But more importantly, good lord, there's more Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, because he already said that if Graydon's testimony wasn't good, then it would be obvious that he did it. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Oh, for goodness sake, Van Zeeks! Actually it is, because it proves that she couldn't have possibly deposited a gun outside. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. Oh, that's true. We can't prove he shot the guy. We can only prove that Gina didn't. But that's fine, because that's all we need to prove today. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please, no! I don't believe this. But they're right, as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. That's fine! You're a defense attorney, you don't have to prove that! I only have to prove that the defendant didn't do it. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. I thought that was horses, but, you know. Isn't that right, Runa? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. Which means that the third gun couldn't have possibly been inside the room. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the third gun or the bloodstains on the coat? The bloodstains on the coat! The bloodstains on the coat! The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrande's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You are not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Inspector Gregson! Well, yes, of course, the place is chock full of pawned articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working round the clock in shifts so we can get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Because someone's been telling people something he shouldn't have been telling them. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realise, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defence believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. I didn't realise I'd gone into the sing-songy voice. I didn't realise I'd done that. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Yeah, me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realised his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? Yeah, that was the sneaky little conversation that Mr. Gregson and Mr. Graydon had while we were busy talking to Gina. So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a blooming outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fellow, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred, except that we saw them occur, Van Zeeks. Ooh, I just remembered something, Runa. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Magilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe-rag, you're making all of this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's speciality. Yes, the other disc, Nick. Exactly. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Well, we either need to do the disc or the box. Let's go for the box, because the box is the indicator that there's two discs, so...
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered during the course of this trial a music box deposited at Winterbanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play two discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! Order, order, order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winterbanks, you said this. I'll be taking this, whatever it is, of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded's got to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew that at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were... recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realised there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. The deal was struck between these two men. No.
Objection!
If, and I stress, if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What was that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious! Then you mean to say... Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc all actually on his person, which is why he was trying to leave.
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? Man, I kind of really want fish and chips. He's been brandishing it in my face for so long. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, if he'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. Yeah, I've been getting hungry for about 3 hours, because that's when the smell of the stew I'm cooking in my slow cooker made it to this room. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. Magic fish and chips would be great, but I think it's just for the sake of the sprite. That sounds serious. So now we've got to rely on Inspector Gregson not having been able to conceal it somewhere, not on this person. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force. What kind of stew? It's, there's beef and potatoes and carrots and swede. And no one's having it but me. It's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right. Oh, I know who has the disc. I know who has the disc. Nash Skulkin has the disc. Somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally requests the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponiese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. I did hit someone else, right? Fair enough, I got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please.
Objection!
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Actually, no, I saw you do it, so hey. Be quiet, all of you. I was right, it was Iris. Bruno's doing what you told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be, and that's Nash Skulkin. Counsel, of whom do you request the search now? Nash Skulkin.
Take that!
I am playing and winning a game of which cup is that ball under? Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Blimey! Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard, asked to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defence have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Yeah. Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another Musicom disc. I didn't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Chips everywhere. Oh no. I pity the poor cleaners who have to clean up this courtroom. There's chips everywhere, there's wine and glass fragments everywhere. Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean just Gordon Flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Yeah, the inspector put it in your pocket while he was manhandling you. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behaviour for a brief moment. I don't recall. What's unusual behaviour? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did and all. Thought me noggin was going to fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue, he just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention a third gun when I got you down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear, all he did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. Done did a bunk, he did. Did something entirely out of character in order to disguise what he was doing. What he was actually doing. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it! You... But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment had some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the Ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush. A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information was to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realising there was a chance you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean... He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. Oh, you're trying to get the lesser. You're trying to get less off on the lesser accusation of perjury, huh? That's our tactic. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You... what? Come on, Graydon. Give up already so that I can finish stream and go eat. But what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Of course he's not going to. Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light while making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathise with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now... Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel. I think it's time I imposed upon the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. I let the judge call the jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Marina. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Oh no! What do I have? What do I have? What do I have? The pawnbroker's ticket for the box isn't going to help me. Gina's representation papers. No. Pawnbroker's ticket for the coat. No. The blood samples portfolio. That wouldn't help me either. Iris's story manuscript. It still bothers me that this is here. McGilded case notes. No. Today's paper, no. The autopsy reports. Gently rising diagonal trajectory. No. Crime scene photograph, no. Crime scene floor plan, no. Winterbank's gun, Skulkin Brothers gun. A photograph of Gina. A photograph after the shooting. The stereoscope. The music disc. Shams's pouch. The third bullet. More music box, cat flap and back. What do I have? What do I have? What do I have? Gregson or Graydon? And then what? either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank, or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting he struck a deal with the witness. We don't have the second music box disc. We don't have the second music box disc. Evidence. I don't know if I have that. I don't know if I have that. It bothers me why this is in my evidence. This isn't going to help me. Get it from here. We need that third gun. If we go with Gregson, we have to prove that he made the deal. Which I don't know if we can. I mean, there is the fact that the police took this away from the scene, which concealed the appearance of the third firearm for a while. Because of the third bullet. That's interesting. I'm just sort of looking at this and going, hey, Mr. Winterbank's revolver doesn't have any rifling. Because the lines on the bullet are completely straight. I think. I don't really know if that's how it works. Music box. There's something I can look at on the cat problematic. Let's do that while I think. Whoa! Phew, those vicious teeth look like you could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top here? Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the Cat-Flopper-matic is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Wagahai's so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Yes, deadly weapons. Gregson or Graydon? But then the question is, what evidence? They don't have clear evidence for either of those things. I don't have it. Casual save. Gregson or Graydon? I've used all the evidence I have against Graydon, don't I? So but I don't have evidence. I don't have evidence. Wait. No, I do! I do have evidence! Gregson! Inspector Gregson, who didn't know anything about the third bullet until the middle of this trial. We have evidence that there is a second disc, but that's not the evidence we need. We need evidence that Gregson gave him information. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Yeah? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. The third bullet or the pouch. No, I don't think we needed to prove that he had knowledge of the second disc. We need to prove that he gave information to the witness. Show him his pouch.
Take that!
My lives have gone away. I think I'm right. What on earth is this, Counsel? Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. Or perhaps irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind. No! Don't bring the lives back! No! Really, Counsel, at this stage in proceedings, I would have expected a more considered argument. The defense will be duly penalized. No! They only struck that deal at the last possible moment when they were in the stand. What's more, there's no love lost between them, clearly. It was strictly business. If you think about it, murder and treason are both such serious crimes. Yes, punishable by death. So I don't think old Silky's going to admit to either anytime soon, do you? No, but Gregson, on the other hand, he's just refusing to admit what happened because he's sworn to secrecy, out of a sense of duty. I wonder, if Gracie's lips are sealed because he's determined to do his duty, then perhaps to prise them open, you're going to have to be determined enough to do your duty too, Bruno. Of course, he'd do anything to follow his orders, so... The jury has indicated its readiness to declare its final findings. I urge you to consider this as your own final deed in this trial, Counsel. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. The bullet? The music box disc. Is it going to just be the music box disc? Is it going to be that easy? Let's go with that then.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilden's music box disc, Counsel? Okay, it was the music box disc. I was thinking too much about it. Yes, the first disc of 2, which has already been placed in Mr. McGilden's special music box ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness! This disc, Counsel?
Hold it!
No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? But because, well... Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. Yeah? The defence has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defence believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad! If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! Very well. The defence's stance here and that of the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defence's request, the court will now listen to this music box. Will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that! It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. All right, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blaming box up! Well now. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? And the existence of the third gun. I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness is intended to have the defendants wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. And yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You... Oh! The cane isn't a gun! It is just made of wood! Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! That's it then. It's all over. We made him break. I despise... Oh, okay. This is him. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGildred. Oh, it's McGildred's fault. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw you away if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGildred would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. I don't really need your sob story, Graydon. Look at you, actually. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score. I brought the score here with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. That's the amount you paid to the Spilkin brothers. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. Well, that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself. When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb onto the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name to exact revenge. Oh! Is he going down for the murder of McGilded as well? Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I've made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favour in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Okay, so it wasn't Van Zieks. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man? Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? Just sooner than I was led to believe. I can't do McGilded anymore. Yeah. I hope it is not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It is time for the inspection. I'm going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again? That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. Yeah, they're both despicable people. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and set him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. I suppose admitting to this doesn't really add to Graydon's crimes. He was already going to hang. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realised it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I'd dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs in the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winterbank's Pawnbrokery? Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So he kind of figured that that it would be at the pawnbrokery, huh? So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere, and that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realised immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed was to wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Yeah, I was right, he didn't know. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to return the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realised what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night. You accidentally killed Mr. Winterbank. I don't know about accidentally. There's quite a lot that's involved in shooting a person. No, I'm not sorry for him either. That's one sub-story of epic proportions, but it's still... But... I believe the phrase would be, cool story, still murder. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Can you hit him with your stick? Go for it. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. Yep, long and exhausting. This stream is closing in on the 6-hour mark. Oh no. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Shouldn't you be charging him with the murder of Mr. McGilded as well? Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. Yeah, that stew is going to be very tender. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir! Garradab Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yay! Not guilty verdicts. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me like that for? Yeah, unfortunately, perjury. Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. Oh, perjury and theft. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. I'm very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point. No, isn't that? Okay, if I may say something on that point. It's, about the sounds produced by that music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What are you saying, madame? Oh, well, it's just that I'm rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless set of two different tones. Were the discs in the wrong sections? What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. The discs were probably in the wrong sides, so the dots and dashes were the wrong way around. And so it probably turned out as gibberish. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. Well look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winderbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Hooray! Confetti and indoor fireworks! Gina's going to add to the indoor fireworks herself! I thought that was a smoke grenade gun, not a firework gun. That is all. Court is adjourned. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. Maybe fancy 'cause it's English. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. So that's why you're racist. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Oh, I thought he was going to actually drink that one. So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Narado. You believed in me, right up till the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, when your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have to have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Rinosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Why is he dressed as a bailiff again? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ha ha ha! Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling! Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Ha ha! Yes, it was me all along. You see? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. You shouldn't be escaping from the hospital, Sholmes. You should be recovering. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. I'm all very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts are justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes, not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Then why are you bringing it up? Yeah, well, don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strad. Oi, just give a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologise. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. Actually, I think you made an utter fool of yourself, but hey. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was just hiding in this room disguised as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter's stuff, what was in the lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offence. Also perjury. But diving ain't an offence. It's a job, ain't it? I don't think so. I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Otto? Yes? One more smoke bomb for good luck, huh? What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes! It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Oh, hats off as well. Thanks, Otto. Oh, thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pickpass. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah! But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Bad news first. That's again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe I'll start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. And Susato can't sleep? The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. You blackmailed the rail transport director. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria! Come on, please let this outro not be too long. I want food. 18th of April, 5:32 AM, Port of Dover, Quayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Oh, not even on a boat. Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something. Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? You must be hungry, Nick. You're an entire hour ahead of me. We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. Yeah, the long kimono sleeves are real good for storing stuff. So you used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door? As captured in the photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to have been a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which a peephole would have been the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know. And I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offence, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Yeah. You could have been disbarred if you'd been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Mr. Zato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Zato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Zato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contained hidden messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we're talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A. Sogi. What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it with their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Zato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. The plot thickens indeed. Then I might recommend, my dear madame, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the colour drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregson. Gregson? Ah, it would seem that Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Mr. Zato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Is it mine or yours? Susato, is it my name or yours? Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. Oh, okay. Oh no. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson, you mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. Oh no. Poor Gregson! I think Gregson might die. Given that 2 of the names on that list got murdered, I think Gregson is in danger. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then? Where's Susie and Bruno come from? I am so sorry, Iris! Oh, well... no, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Winterbank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. I don't think we're going to have a choice, Mrs. Atto. Also, you should get going. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship's first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Atto. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mrs. Atto, I had hoped to always have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. I'm not sure if this is my longest stream. You'd have to compare... some of the Danganronpa ones went pretty long. And possibly the Tales ones? No, wait, because I split those up. It's certainly close. Even if it isn't. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. That's not actually the first time we met. We met at the end, after my case, right? If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that be back soon. Farewell until then. Are we done now? My throat is starting to die in amounts of water.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
First volume, at least. Wagahai came with us to see her off.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
I thought some of the Danganronpa ones were about 6 hours.
Fate led me becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
That's
Of
the name
course
of a phoenix, right?
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Jones? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express chain, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Shows! Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Objection! Okay, sorry. Then I really must say, objection!
Objection!
Credits. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned. Consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Apparently there's going to be stuff in the credits too. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. This is... we did this before. This was the earlier case. Having delivered the Russian dancers to shore in Shanghai, I laid down the... But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair! Aw, so Seki-san took Wagahai's kittens back. You know, on the ship where he wasn't supposed to be taking part. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Latest Rance magazine is out and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Her ladyship puts me to shame. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stares every day has done wonders for the dicky pad. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbours don't realise the man of the house is his own maid. Broly is back on the beat again. Oh, thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their dropped halfpennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. I mean, this epilogue is kind of fun, but also, I want food. It's nearly 9 o'clock at night. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kinda interesting when you get into them. Okay, we must be running out of people to talk to because it's gone. Oh, Brayden. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets, please. Give it over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got here in time to plan the comeback of Milverton and Stalky's milk run, eh? The three must go whatsits. Milk in the neighbourhood for all it's worth. Why are they all in the same cell? This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realise that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I'll leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Aww. It's like a family photo. I guess Shrooms had to lean on Naruhodo because he's too tall otherwise. We're still going. And now, more credits. Hey, look, it's all the people we've met. Yes, the first game of this 2-game collection is now complete. There's another game, but that won't be the next one in the slot, because I'm going to take a quick break from this to go play Paradise Killer, which, you know, also will require me to solve a case, but it should be shorter. And then we'll come back and play the second one of these. Yeah, the 3 months was probably accurate for this one. This is the 12th part, so yeah. Where's the stew? In my kitchen. I've gone and got it yet. 12 parts and a lot of hours. Yep. A lot of hours. You know, the week after next is going to have a lot of new games in it. I just realised. Because I've already planned like the majority of the week after next. I guess I've already planned all of it now. Aha, I know my schedule in advance this time. All the people that we met. There is still Cross Race to go. Yeah. I'm sort of leaving Cross Race to the side for a little bit. But yeah, that's gonna keep going for a while. No, Kevin, we're not gonna see Char. Char is not in that game. Hi, Gina. Oh, Gina's gonna shoot us as we go faster. Yes. Well, I mean, things like Planet Coaster and Dead by Daylight and, maybe I should play Apex again at some point. Go on forever. Aw, I liked that. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Fin. Well, I mean, yeah. Planet Coaster and Ark and things don't count as running series. At least in terms of how I count things for the weekly not a series thing anyway. Alright. That is done. That is done. Thank you very much for coming. It's been fun. If you're new and you've enjoyed your time, consider subscribing to the channel. Follow me on Twitter, which is where I post the schedule for the week in a pinned tweet. This was the last scheduled stream for this week, so there will be a new schedule up either later tonight or tomorrow. The next scheduled stream will be tomorrow, Monday, 7 PM GMT. I'm pretty sure that's going to be, yeah, that's definitely going to be more Pokemon Legends Arceus. Hope to see you then or another time. Once again, thanks for coming, and this is Kalla, signing out and going to actually eat something. Bye bye!